Maybe. Let's see. Am I streaming into the void again? Hold. No. Yes. Hello. Is it working? Hello? Seems okay. Okay, great. Yeah, I killed my VPN because when it's running on in the background, it kind of messes up everything. So I try and kill that task altogether, but for some reason it didn't kill it. Okay, yeah. It was just because my VPN was still running on in the background, and it'll just kill streams when I do that because it'll throttle the connection. It's really unstable. Okay, so I need to go to New Live and grab this URL. Let me grab this URL. Yeah, sorry guys, I thought I killed my VPN before stream. I remember specifically doing it, but I guess it didn't actually kill it. I guess I killed like I guess I just didn't kill the main kernel or whatever, or the main instance. There you go. Alright, we should be good now. Seems like it's good. It seems like it's good. I lowered my bitrate just in case. My bitrate probably wasn't the problem. It was probably just my VPN running in the background, unfortunately. Alright. Well, now that we're actually here, let's get back to what I was talking about. Hello. Hi, Sweet Wheelball. I only had my VPN trying to sabotage me once again, while I'm not even using it, mind you. Okay. So, we've got this. That's muted. Okay, great. We can start. For real, for real. But hi, Alaska. Hi, Rain. Hi, Bees. Hi, Lord Marshall. Hi, Dimus Variable. Hi, Sweet Wheelball. Hi, Malpheus. I noticed a lack of bits. Ahoy. Hi, hi, hi. So, I hope everyone is doing well. I have 2 streams this week. Did I link this PDF file for you guys? Did I link this? I did. I did link it. So if you want to read along, you can. I never read anything in light mode because I'm not a demon. Or maybe I am. I don't know. But yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. I'm clean. I'm showered. My VPN isn't throttling me once again. Times are good. In the world of me. In the world of Ser. But yeah. So, this is just going to be a read-along stream. You can just put me on in the background while you go to sleep. Or just do something else. You know, whatever you want. Whatever you usually do, really. So we have a lot of stories to read. Top ones, probably for you guys, are going to be... This file doesn't have a table of contents for some reason. That's fine, because I have my physical... Oh my god, there's dust coming out. So, this book, my actual book in front of me, has a table of contents, so I can use it that way. The PDF version is just for easier reading and easier following along and just an easy display. I can do either or. It would probably look better if I read the screen, though, rather than look down at my book the whole time. I'm watching and playing games. Nice, nice. Do you guys have any suggestions My only rules are Telltale Heart and the Raven. In the middle. So at around the 2-hour mark, we'll do that. So around 4, my time, we'll do that. In like an hour and a half. That way when people come in and they're like, oh, what have you read? I don't want to read the hits just quickly, or not really the hits. I mean, they're good. The Raven is good. It's good rising tension. Telltale Heart is also good. So yes. Oh, let me make a list of stuff that I'm gonna read. Where is my text? Feel free to suggest stuff. Has to be from Poe. He's a really, really, really good short story guy. He was born and raised in New York. He was a little New York bored boy because there wasn't much to do outside of NYC back then. And he was not in NYC, he was just in the state of New York. So yeah, turn of the century, really unique writer. Haven't really seen anyone write like him since. He's just got he's so interesting because American Gothic literature is just very, God, how do I put it? It's so visceral because it's very plain compared to the English writing at the time. Is this good? What are you guys saying? Cask of Amontillado? Sure, I can do that one. The Pit and the Pendulum's also really good. Black Cat is also good. Oh yes! Spooky season started. It started yesterday. Can you believe it? I can. What? Okay. Oh yeah, I have my shadow with me today, which is very rare. And let me make that list. List. Need to outline. Give me this outline. Amontillado. Where is my outline? One second, I'm just looking for basic features that I should know about. Yeah, do that. Now make it like 24. 20 or less. Sure. Whatever. Whatever you say, Mom. And by Mom, I mean the text in Streamlabs. Okay. So, we'll start here-ish, I guess. Actually, I can put this here, here-ish. Yeah, that'll be fine. So you guys want the Cask of Amontillado? Amontillado. How pronounce? Not too spooky, I hope. Fall of the House. Fall of the House is another one we can do. I will put that in my notes. Fall of the House. Okay. So we'll start that. If you hear just like a big thud, it's just my book. Don't worry. My book's like, it's huge. It's over 800 pages, and it's not like a small book. It's like, it's not quite textbook size, but it's pretty big. Sorry, I just slammed my book on the ground. Wrong window. Why is this not in here? What? Where are you, you fool? I wish this had a table of contents. It's the only one I could find. Okay. So where do we start? Also, I'm extremely myopic, like extremely, so we're gonna kind of have big text because Grammy can't see very well. Look, it's the cask. Des hates her. Learn her secrets. Hi, Barry. Welcome to my Edgar Allan Poe reading. Thanks, bud. Tome size, lots of text, pretty much. So Fall of the House will be next. So, the Cast of Amontillado. This was written around 1846. And we will start. The 1,000 injuries of Fortano I had borne as I best could. But when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to threat. At length, I will be avenged. This was a point definitely settled, but the very definitiveness with which it resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. Haste. A wrong is under rest when retribution overtakes its redresser. I love 19th century writing. It is equally under rest when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who he has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortano cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my to smile in his face. He's two-faced. And he did not perceive that my to smile was at the thought of his immolation. Burn him! Burn him! Sorry, I'm enjoying myself already. He had a weak point, this Fortunato. Although, in regards, he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity. Well, true. To praise imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countryman, was quack. We hate Italians. But in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friends. He's talking about the Italian carnival season, like probably the Neapolitan one. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting party strip dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. So he's wearing one of those Venetian, like, gesture-type outfits. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" he said. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of a carnival!" In this part of the country. This time of day. Located entirely within this carnival. Yes. May I see it? No. I have my doubts, I replied, and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain. Amontillado! I have my doubts. Amontillado! This drunk guy is just saying the name of a winery. I had a pipe in a carnival once. Yeah, was it glass? And I must satisfy them. Amontillado! Steamed hams! As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucrezia. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. And he will tell me. Lucrezia cannot tell Amontillado from Sherry. Ooh. Amontillado! Plastic! Oh, a plastic pipe? How did that even work? Anyways. And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go. Whither? To your vaults. My friend, no, I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucrezia, I have no engagement. Come, get over here. You want to talk smack? Let's go. Yes. My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre. Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado! You have been imposed upon. And Lucrezia. He cannot distinguish Sherry from Amontillado. Yeah, this guy is just like drunk and just stammering. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm, and putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a reculary closely upon my person, I suffered him to carry me to my palazzo. Palazzo? You just say, like, plaza, but sure, we can do that. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry an hour of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. Amontillado! I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed to him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led to the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came to the foot of the descent, and stood together upon the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. So, within wine vaults, you have, you know, your upper deck and then your lower deck. They're on the last portion of the upper deck, and they're about to descend properly into the cave/vaults. Keep in mind that even to this day, people in Southern Europe still live in caves because they can. Not so much in Italy, more so in Spain. Yeah, it's a pretty rad place to live. You just kind of make the walls look nice, pound the ground real good. It's not too bad, really. Caves are awesome. Amontillado. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. A literal fool! Living in caves sounds so cool. Yeah, it's literally cool. That's why they do it. The pipe, he said. It is farther on, said I, but observe the white web work which gleams from these cavern walls. Hey, check out that spider web. He turns towards me and looks into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. Nitre, he asked at length. Nitre, I replied. How long have you had that cough? Shout out to all my cave dweller friends. Like me. My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. This guy's just coughing up a lung. As you do. It is nothing, he said at last. Come, I said with decision. We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucrezia. Enough, he said. The cough's a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough. Ugh. Enough, he said. Oh, yeah. True, I replied. And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, but you should use all proper precaution. a draught of this medoc will defend us from the damps. Here, I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mold. The mold is the, so often what they would do is they would hang stuff on walls. So sometimes you'd have like a little, like hooks just in the earth. Or sometimes you can line it with like a stucco or some plaster and have it stay there. I'm guessing that there was some stucco or plaster, or it might just be in the mound of dirt itself, like on the walls of the cave. Okay. Drink, I said, presenting the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly while his bells jingled. The fool that he is. I drank, he said, to the buried that repose around us, and I to your long life. He once again took my arm and we proceeded. These vaults, he said, are extensive. The Montressors, I replied, were a great and numerous family. I forget your arms. A huge human foot d'or in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel. And the motto? Nemi mi pun lesiest. Good, he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes and the bell jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the medoc. That's the tonic that they use, the wine tonic that they use to kind of guard themselves from the miasma. We had passed through long walls of piled skeletons with cat. Oh, yeah, okay. So, it's not uncommon to bury your dead in these wine vaults to honor them, and also to kind of act as like a family mausoleum. If your family had the money, of course. With casts and puncheons intermingling with the inmost recess of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. The nitrate, he said. See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. Oh, there's a river. Excellent. The drops of moisture trickle along the bones. Come, we will go back. Ere it is too late, your cough. It is nothing, he said. Let us go on. But first, another draught of the medoc. I broke and reached him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it in a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. Do you not comprehend, he said. Not I. Then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You are not of the Masons. Oh yeah, they used to talk about Freemasons all the time. All the time during the 19th century because they were kind of making a comeback. It was kind of like their Illuminati, which... Don't the Illuminati have ties to the Freemasons? I'm not sure. And you're not of the Brotherhood, how? You're not of the Masons? Yes, yes, I said yes, yes. You impossible, a Mason. This guy's just going with it. Mason, I replied. A sign, he said, a sign. Is this it? I answered, producing from breath the folds of my recular, a trowel. You jest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces, but let us proceed to the Amontillado. So, reculare, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Anyways, it's just like a cape thing. At least I think so. That's what I was told it was. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak. Yep, see. And again, offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We pressed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descended again. Arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau rather to glow than flame. So their torch is kind of going out right now. Freemason, why not paid Mason? If only I could get paid for my Mason work. Oh man, water is really good. At the most remote end of the crypt, there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains piled to the wall overhead. In the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris, 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th side of the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size within the walls. Thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior crypt or recess. In depth about 4 feet, its width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. Freemason, what did he do? He did a lot of work for free. It was in that vein that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depth of the recess. Its termination, the feeble light, did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Herein is the Amontillado. As for Lucrezi, he is an ignoramus, interrupted my friend. Yes, your friend, as you say. The one that you want to kill. 6 or 7. Hello. Hi, Sanjo. As he stepped uneasily forward while I followed immediately at his heels, in niche, and finding an instant, he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links below his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand, I said, over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return. No, then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power. The Amontillado, ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. True, I replied, the Amontillado. As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I had before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. You gotta kill him! I had secretly laid the first tier of the masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the 2nd tier, the 3rd, and the 4th, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished without interruption the 5th, the 6th, the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. Recession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated, I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope at it, about the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed, I aided, I surpassed them in volume and strength. I did this, and the clamorer grew still. Dude is just straight up murdering this guy. My friend murders him. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing, that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "Ha ha ha, hee hee hee. A very good joke indeed, an excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo, hee hee hee, over our wine, hee hee hee." "The Amontillado," I said, hee hee hee, hee hee hee. Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will not they be waiting us at the palazzo? The Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone. Yes, I said, let us be gone. For the love of God, Montresor. Yes, I said, for the love of God. But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato?" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato?" No answer. Still. I thrust a torch upon the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick. It was the dampness of the catacombs that made it so. I hastened to make the end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In peace, requiesce. The end. 2014 YouTube prank. Zip to the bip. It's your boy Serentip back at it again, murdering my friends. Yeah, that was a good one. Next one is Fall of the House, I believe. Hall. No, it must be Fall of the House. I mistyped that. The Fall of the House of Usher. Is what you mean? Anything for content. That's right. I drained out all the fresh water in Australia as a prank. For you, YouTube, it was epic. Okay. Next one is The Fall of the House of Usher. Oh no, I'm moving my candle. I don't want to move my candle. Okay. Was my first post story. Hell of a thing for 7th graders to have to read, huh? You can still call someone your friend and kill them. That's what I learned from that story. I think Poe is actually a very good middle school reading. I think it's good because it's modern English, but it's got a bit of a flourish. It's got a little bit of a flourish to it. Not too much though. You should be able to understand everything that's going on for the most part. This looks French. I don't read French. Anyways, The Fall of the House of Usher by Edgar Allan Poe. This one was reported to have been published in 1839. Keep in mind these are all newspaper stories. So yeah. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country. That's a dirt road. And at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know now how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of the half-pleasurable, because poetic sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house, and the simple landscape features of the domain. 1 second. I just sit up in my chair. On the mere house. Upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul, which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveler upon opium. Opium, my favorite! My favorite drug! The bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping of the reveler upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. Was this it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the House of Usher? It was a mystery, all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while, beyond doubt, there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible. 1 second, I have to check the buffering. Am I buffering for anyone else? Let me see. I will look on my end. Let's see. I'm not seeing any buffering on my end. Are you guys? Oh, I see dropping. Stop buffering for you. Not now. Now you're fine. I'm wondering what's doing that. Am I back? Yes, no, maybe. Maybe. Looks stable for now? Yes. Okay, cool. But there was a long one before? Okay. Yeah, just tell me if it happens again, please. Sorry about that. Yes, a bit. Okay. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now propose myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood. But many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country, a letter from him, which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illnesses, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me, at his best, and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this, and much more, was said, of his apparent heart that went with his request, which upon me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith, with what I still considered a very singular summons. It's the chickens, they're revolting. Possibly. It might just be Shoost being too much. I might just have too many visuals on the screen right now. I mean, my GPU is okay. I don't know. I've abused my GPU a lot with all the rendering and all that. So, and not just MMD, but like video rendering. So, I don't know. My GPU might just kind of be dying. I do intend to upgrade in the next few months, so we'll see how that goes. Although, as boys, we had been even intimate associates, yet really knew little of my friend. His reserve had always been excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself through long ages and many works of exalted art, like me, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as, not like me, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties of musical science. A little bit like me. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time honored as it was, had put forth, at no period, any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary vision, so lain. It was that's to say that they didn't have a lot of people. They tended to not have a lot of kids, you see. It was this deficiency I considered while running over in thought of the perfect keeping of the character of the premises with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the subsequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony with the name which had at length so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include in the minds of the peasantry who used it both the family and the family mansion. Hey, yo! Hey, hi Kaizen. Welcome back to Gigachat. It's so good to see you. Yay, words! Hi Mike. Welcome back to Gigachat. It's so good to see you. Silly times back when. Yes, silly times. Yeah, hi buds. I'm gonna take a swig of water. I'll just leave my water open. Right next to my mixer. Oh god, I can't do it. I can't leave it next to my mixer. I just got this mixer. This mixer was expensive. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There could be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such, I have long known, is the paradoxical law of all sentiments, having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason only that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house again from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had been so worked upon by my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity within the air of heaven, which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the gray wall and the silent tarn. Tarn is like a pool, a pestilent and mystic vapor. So New York. Dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued gray. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. Oh my gosh. No portion of the masonry had fallen. Fallen! You see how there's an A, a typo? And there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between a still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork which had rotted for many years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Stanky house. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzagging direction until it became lost in the sunken waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short caseway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse. That's my horse! And entered. And I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. Keep in mind that Gothic architecture was actually very common during this time because it was the late 19th century. So you see, in upstate New York, this is how they did things. Actually, in a lot of parts of the Western world. How are you doing this fine afternoon? It's raining where I'm at, so this is nice. Hooray! It was raining. Not too much, but enough. It was raining enough. But, noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse. A valet, a stealthy step, thence conducted me in silence through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I had already spoken, while the objects around me, while the carvings of the buildings, the somber tapestries of the objects, the somber tapestries of the walls, and the ebon blackness of the floors, oh, nice, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strove. But matters to which, or such to which, I had been accustomed from my infancy, while I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this. I still up. On one of the staircases, I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. You freak, why are you here? The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes, and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around the eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remote angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted building. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antiqued, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung upon and pervaded all. Sorry, I'm just sleepy from the rain. Upon my entrance, Usher rose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it So probably like a chaise, like a laying sofa. I at first thought of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the Inu man of the world. A glance, however, at his contents convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely, man had never before so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the one before me with the companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverous of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model. He had a med nose! He had a med nose! But with the breadth of nostril, unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up together a conscience not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the now miraculous lustre of the eve, above all things, startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow, all unheeded, and as, in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell on the face. He's bald! He has a med nose! He looks like he has Graves' disease! I could not, even without connect its Arabic expression with any idea of simple humanity. I gotta blow my nose. He's a Semite! Anyways. In the manner of my friend, I was bald. What manner of ghoul is this individual Arab-esque? In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence and inconsistency, and I soon found this to rise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome a habitual trepidancy. An excessive nervous agitation. For something of his nature, I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyish traits, and his conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternately vivacious and sullen, strange. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirit seemed utterly in abeyance, to that species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation that led in self-balance and perfectly modulating guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard, or the irreclaimable eater of opium, nom 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 nom, during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of his visit, of his earnest desire to me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be nature of his malady. It was, he said, constitutional and a family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. He's turning into a goblin, a mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. and displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odors of all flowers were impressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and these from stringed instruments which did not inspire him with horror. He just has autism and he's going bald. Like, this isn't... this is not something insane. This is just a man meeting his, like, mid-30s crisis. I also like stringed instruments too, though. To an anomalous species of terror, I found him a bounden slave. I shall perish, said he. I shall perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in the results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial, incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect in terror. In this unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon in life and reason together, in some struggle with the grim phantasm. Fear! I leaned forward, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence, for many years, he had ventured forth in regard an influence whose superstitious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form of substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long insufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit an effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets, and of the dim tarn into which they had all looked down, had at length brought upon the morale of his existence. I'm going to take a swig of water. Also, the dog is here. We love the dog. The Bella creature animal. You were banished yesterday because you kept making yourself filthy. Why'd you keep doing that? We can only take off so much dirt of you, like so much dirt from you at any given time. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of this peculiar gloom, which thus affected him, could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin. To the severe and long-continued illness, indeed, to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister. Aw, he's gonna miss his sister. His sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I cannot forget, would leave him, the hopeless and the frail, the last of an ancient race of ushers. Oh, hi. Pfft, you put your fur in my face. Pappy, the puppy animal. Beautiful Sarah, beautiful Bella. But hi, Bold. How you doing? While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so she was called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment and, without having noticed my presence, disappeared. They mean apartment as in a part of the house, not as in a proper apartment. They're not in apartments, they're in a large mansion. But within a mansion you can have apartments. Actually, apartment buildings are just kind of one big mansion segmented into many rooms. Or at least modern ones are. Let's see. And without having noticed my presence disappeared, I regarded her with an utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps, when a door at length closed upon her. My glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of my brother. But he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary weakness had overspread the emaciated fingers, which trickled many passionate tears. Oh, poor guy. He's crying through his hands. Oh no. Little buddy. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent through transient affections of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hereto, she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. I wonder if these guys are a product of incest. Like, is that the part that I was missing? If so, based. But on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse that I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, had been seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, in the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar, and thus, as a closer and still intimately admitted futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth from upon all objects of the moral and physical universe, in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I think they're literal goblins. Oh man. Okay. Wait, I gotta minimize this. Okay. I shall ever bear about me a memory of many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the House of Usher, yet I should fail in any attempt to convey any idea of the exact character of the studies, of the occupations, in which he involved me, or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous luster over all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my cars. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of von Weber, from the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which, touch by touch, into vagueness at which I shuddered the more thrillingly because I shuddered, knowing not why. From these paintings, vivid as their images now should lie within the compass of merely written words, by the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested an overawed attention. If any mortal painted an idea, the mortal was Roderick Usher, for me at least, and the circumstances then surrounding me. Those arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac felt. I ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. We need to keep wealth and family, House of Habsburg. Only us. Can't let the Muslims have all the fun. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth. Below the surface of the earth, no outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no touch or artificial source of light was discernible. Yet a flood of intense rays rolled out and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate stupor. Where are my manners? Hello, Bella. Bella. Bella says hi. Bella says hi to every Giga. I've just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer. With the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments, it was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth in great measure to the fantastic character of his performances, but the vivid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been and were in the notes as well as in the words of his wild fantasias, for he had not infrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was perhaps the more forcibly impressed with it, as he gave it, because in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness of the part of Usher, of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus. By the greenest of our valleys, by good angels' tenant, once fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there. Never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glories golden, on its roof did float and flow. All this, was in the olden time long ago, and every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day along the ramparts, plumbed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne were sitting Porogene, Porihydrogene. Okay, that is not a common word you see. That's not my fault. In state his glory, well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing the voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. These echoes that he's speaking about are pretty much just like banshees or spirits that have gone by. They're female spirits. I will take a drink. Pardon me. Is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed, and the travelers now within that valley through the red litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody. This just like it's just like that scene from Anastasia. Born in the Purple. It's a Byzantine reference. Oh. Well, you know what? I've only ever heard the term born in the purple, so my bad. I'm a filthy commoner. Through a pale door, a hideous long rush forever, and laugh but smile no more. So they're just talking about ghosts kind of haunting the area. I will remember that suggestions arising from his ballad led us into a train of thought, wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account for the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, tenacity, which maintained in general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things, but in his disordered fancy, The idea had assumed a more daring character and trespassed under certain conditions upon the kingdom of inorganization. He's getting a messy house. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with gravestones of home of his forefathers. The conditions of these sentients had been there, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of his collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them. I want a house of mushrooms. Did you know that you can grow oysters with nothing but cardboard and some old dirt and stems of oyster mushrooms? I should just do that. I could technically grow them in old books, but I don't want to do that to books at this point, because I'm worried about them being shredded in the future. Above all, in the long undisturbed entrance of his arrangement, and in its reduplication, in the still waters of the tarn, its evidence, the evidence of the sentience, was to be seen, he said. And I here started as he spoke, and the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent, yet improvised, yet importunate and terrible influence, which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which had made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions needed no comment, and I will make none. Sir. Hi, Sir Hugs-a-Lot. Schwelcome. Biggest of brain. You knew? Oh, good job. Oh yeah, I should have known because of Purple Whale. Our books, the books which, for years, had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with this character a phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Vervet, I'm not pronouncing that, that's French, the Belfgor of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of French name, of De la Chamber, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and the City of the Sun of Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorum Inquisitorium by the Dominican Irmic de Giorni, and there were passages in Pomponius Mela and the old African satyrs and Egyptians. I'm reading it as it says. It says Egyptians, over which Usher could sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the per-usual of an exceedingly rare and curious book in Quattro Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigilanti Moratorium Secundum Coram Isilere Magnamente. Sunday service is finished. Now for Sarah. Howdy dowdy. Hope they went well. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of his work and of its probable influence upon hypochondriac when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline, who was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight previously to its final internment. In one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I did not deny, when I called to my mind the sinister conscience of the person whom I met upon the stairs on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded as, at best, but a harmless and by no means an unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body had been encoffined. We two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for lying at great depth. Immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment, I had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times, for the worst purposes of a donjon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder, or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor. They mean flour as in, like, gunpowder, I suppose. Portion of its floor and the whole interior of the long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door of massive iron had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside and yet unscrewed the lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not upon the dead, for we could not regard our unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady and the maturity of youth had left, as usual in the maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom of the face, and the suspiciously lingering smile upon the lips which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way home into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observational change over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectiveless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminous of his eyes had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret to divulge, which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagrancies of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified me, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me, by slow yet certain degrees, the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was especially upon retiring to bed, late in the night of the 7th or 8th day, after placing of the Lady Madeline within the donjon, that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that, if not all of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered drapestries, which, tortured into motion by the breath of the rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and wrestled uneasily about the decorations of the bed, but my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I lifted myself upon the pillows, and peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened, I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me, to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm, at long intervals, I know not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable, yet unendurable, I threw my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick. I will be right back. I'm back. I just had to wash my hands because I was touching the dog. And the dog is filthy. She is filthy. It's summer. And she dig a hole. And then she lays in the hole when it's dirty and wet. Unacceptable. Okay, I'm back. I had taken but few turns in this manner, where a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterwards, he rapped, with a gentle touch, at my door, and entered bearing a lamp. His contents was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but, moreover, there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, as evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And have you not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. "Have you not seen it? But stay, you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements, and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuous, yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew, careening. Sorry, I meant to move this down. Careering from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or the stars. Nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning, but the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. "You must not! You shall not behold this!" said I, shuddering to Usher as I led him, with a gentle voice, from the window to a seat. "These appearances which bewilder you are merely electrical phenomenon, not uncommon, or it might be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank of miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read and you shall listen, and so we will pass away this terrible night together." Welcome back. Thank you. The antique volume, which I had taken up, was the Mad Tryst of Sir Lancelot Canning, but I had called it a favorite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest, for in truth, there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which could have interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies, even in the extremeness of the folly with which I should read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, over-stained air of vivacity with which he apparently hearkened to the words of the tale, I might have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had a Bella hair stuck on me. I have arrived at that well-known portion of the story where Ithidro, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered the words of the narrative runs thus: "And Ealhred, who was by nature of a draughty heart, and who is now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of obstinate and maliceful turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and, with blows, made quickly room in the plankings of the doors for his gauntleted hand, and now pulling there with sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated through the forests." At the termination of the sentence I started, and for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that, for some very remote portion of the mansion, there came, indistinctly, to my ears, what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled and dull one, certainly, of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Lancelot had so particularly described. It was beyond doubt the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for, amid the rattling of the sashes and the casements, and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which had interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. By the good champion Ealhred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged and amazed to perceive no signal of the maleficent hermit, but, in the stead thereof, a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanour, and a fiery tongue, which sate in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass, with this legend written. Sorry, I'm a little tired. "Who entereth wherein, and conquer hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win." And Ealhred uplifted his mace, and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesty breath, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Alfred had fain to close his eyes, with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that, in this instance, I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found it impossible to say. A low, apparently distant, but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of that which my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek as described by the romancer. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of the second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations, in which wonder and extreme terror were prominent, I still remained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting by any observation the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanor. From a position fronting my own, I had gradually brought down his chair, so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features. So he's looking at the door right now. Although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep. From the wide and rigid opening of his eye, I caught a glance in its profile. The motion of his body, too, was in variance with this idea, for he rocked side to side with a gentle yet constant uniform sway. Having rapidly taken all of this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Lancelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield, and of the breaking up of the enchantment which had upon it removed the carcass from out the way before him, and had approached hilariously over the silver pavement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which in sooth tarried not for his full coming, but fell down at his feet upon the silver floor with a mighty, great, and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips, than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at that moment fallen heavily upon the floor of silver, became aware of a distinct hollow metallic and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet. Sorry, I'm just putting on more lotion. But the measured rocking movements of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes had been fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there ranged a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering manner, as if unconscious of my presence, bending closely over him. I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Not hear it? Yes, I hear it, and I have heard it long, many times, many hours, many days. I have heard it, yet I dared not. Oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb, she said. I not that my senses were acute. I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many, many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now tonight, it's her all. The breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of her coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurry to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footsteps on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables, as if in the effort were giving up his soul. Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door! I see. Very terrible ringing, yes. As if in a superhuman energy of his utterance, there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant, ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust, but then without those doors, there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment, she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then, with a low moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies, bore him to the floor a corpse and a victim to the terrors he had anticipated. From that clamor, and from that mansion, I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly, there shot the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could I have witnessed, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. Their radiance was that of the full setting and the blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure, of which I had before spoken as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dank tarn at my feet closed suddenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. Howdy dowdy, Mr. Villain Man. How goes it? Alrighty. So, now it's about that time. We can do the things. Which one would you like first? Would you like Telltale Heart? Or would you like Raven? What would you like? Tell me, Batman. You decide. The things and stuff. The stuff and thing. So House of Usher comes to an end. You want to do Raven, Telltale Heart, Black Cat is also good. Oval Portrait is a favorite of mine. I love Oval Portrait. I love it. It's the best. Cass was a favorite for me when I was younger. Amontillado! The Amontillado! Amontillado! Shriggity lig! I have the same effect of saying that. Oh, it's so funny. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Which one would you guys like? You tell me. We'll read both of them. You just get to choose which one comes next. You decide. I can't stop saying that. I'm just deleting the old stream while I wait because it was just 12 minutes of me having tech issues because of my VPN. Okay. I have the complete collection on my shelf. I have the complete collection right next to me. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I should just do a poll. Okay, I put up a poll. Have fun, guys. Yummy. Rose magnolia. I'm a magnolia kind of gal. I'm also a rose kind of gal. This lotion I'm using is called Renewing Meadow Walk. And it's got rose and magnolia in it. And it does smell kind of dewy. The Raven is the super famous one, right? It sure is! I like the Raven. It's good. I like all his stuff, though. I can't think of one that I dislike, really. I have some Bella fur on me. It's gross! The Raven. Seven votes. 7 votes. I'll end the poll. Everyone voted Raven. Don't worry, we'll do Telltale Heart as well. The Schmaben. The Skleeble. Is it here? No, it's not here. Is it down here? De Schmaben. We're gonna read De Schmaben. My Skleebles. Premature burial. Yeah. Spectacles. Where did it go? You know what? I'll just go through the whole document. You don't have to preface the Raven. It's fine. Like you could just have a famous artwork that someone has and just tell everyone else to shut up. Like, you don't see me crying about my most famous short being, or my most well-watched or like most clicked on short being the Casey's mod thing, which I just clipped from a stream in one of the first 2 weeks of me streaming. And due to first mover effect, it went into the algo. It's one of the worst pieces of short form content I've ever made. Also, you guys are not appearing again and this makes me upset. I have to fix you. You were working. Why are you not working anymore? Ree! Ah, it's so annoying when it does that. Yeah, Sarah, how come you don't use a chat box like everyone else? Yeah, well, I tried. And I always retry, and the only chat box that ever works is Kick. That's the only way I can get my chat box to work is if I stream exclusively on Kick. So, man, I don't know why it does this to me. It hasn't worked since the second week of me streaming. Evil Poe. Hark the pigeon forevermore or something. Alright, I'm gonna update the list. Da Raven. Da Raven. Dis Raven. Dis Maven. Okay. Page 941. Oh yeah, page 941. Too true, King. Thank you. So this was written in 1845, supposedly. So we're gonna go with that. And anyways, we'll start. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, and of one gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember it was in bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had— Wait, you know what? This isn't appropriate music for this, due to how infamous this is. 1 second. Let me pick something a little bit goofier. Here it is. I think this is it. This is what I wanted. Here we go. Yeah, let's go. Oh wait, I'm gonna play this. There we go. There we go. Perfect. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of some gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak of December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I sought to borrow from my books secrets of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. 'Tis this and nothing more." And presently, my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. 1 second. This is a little bit too slow for me. Yeah, this should be good. Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," I said, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I, scarce, was sure that I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore, merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what threat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Upon here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in their step a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obstinance he made, not a minute stopped or stayed. He, but with mine of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decision, or stern decorum, of the contents it were. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim, an ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Let's see. Much I marvel this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door. Speak for yourself, bud. She said the line spoopy. I heard a voice so gently yapping, heyo deo, and nothing more. Howdy daddy, Eric. Welcome to Gigachat. Welcome, Lost Zephyr. I did say the thing. But the raven sitting lonely on his placid bust. Let me see. Okay. Spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master whom a merciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy into smiling straight, I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird, and burst and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to thinking, fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking, nevermore. Tormented by a bird, tailless all this time. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing. To the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining, that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er. She shall press, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer. Censer is what you put incense in. Swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the toppled floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee. By these angels he hath sent thee. Respite, respite, and ninpenthea. From thy memories of Lenore, quaff, oh quaff, this kind Nathpeen, and forgot this lost Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still of bird or devil. I love this. Whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed, thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil. By that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within this distant Aden it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels named Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign imparting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. This guy's getting mugged by a raven. I love it. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie. Thy soul hath spoken, leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy bleak out of my heart, and take thy form off from my door, quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still in sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him, streaming, throws his shadows on the floor, and my soul from that shadow that flies floating on the door shall be lifted nevermore. I did it! Tormented, did I appear? Yeah. Alright. How long is the oval portrait? I wonder. How long is the oval portrait? What is this? Let me see. What's this? What's this button do? Yeah, sure, we'll do this one. We'll do this. Okay, we'll do oval portrait next, which is my favorite. Nevermore. This is a... He tends to write about obsession a lot, which is very base and relatable, because I'm a very obsessive person. Thank you for the accurate Raven voice. Nevermore. Nevermore. What a splendid word. Bravo. Yay. Evil Poe again. I'm nearing 30. I suppose I should find a woman to marry who's an adult and not related to me. Yeah, good luck. Just outside his door are two dudes who trained a raven to say just one word, and they are laughing. Nevermore. Alright. Oval. Wrong window. Oval. Portrait. I know that it exists here. Oval. No, this has to have the oval portrait. It's just so big that it... What's this? The oval portrait! Here we go. I want something. I want cellos. What I want is cellos. That's exactly what I want. I want cellos and viola. This is what I want. Sure, let's just try this. Probably AI music. Don't really care though. This sucks. Give me something better. That is the weakest cello I've ever heard. Your AI cello sucks. Yeah. God, I hate all of this. Sure. Okay, fine. You know what? I'll settle for this. Maybe I can find something better in this. Yeah, give me something really sappy like this. This is good. Okay. This is the oval portrait. That's my favorite of Poe's. And then we can do Telltale Heart after. How long is this one? Ah, it's not too long. It's a good one, though. The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. Published around 1850. The chateau into which my valet had ventured to make forcible entrance rather than permit me, in my desperately wounded condition, to pass a night in the open air, was one of those piles of commingled gloom and grandeur which have so long frowned among the main opiniaries. Not less, in fact, than in the fancy of Mrs. Radcliffe, to all appearance had been temporarily and very lately abandoned. We established ourselves in one of the smallest and least sumptuously furnished apartments. It lay in a remote turret of the building. Its decorations were rich yet tattered and antique. Its walls were hung with tapestry and bedecked with manifold and multiform armorial trophies, together with an unusually great number of very spirited modern paintings in frame of rich golden arabesque. In these paintings, which depended from the walls not only in their main surfaces, but in the many nooks which the bizarre architecture Where did it go? 1 second. I fat fingered it. Of the chateau rendered necessary. In these paintings, my insipid delirium perhaps had caused me to take deep interest, so that I bade Pedro to close the heavy shutters of the room, since it was already night, to light the tongues of the tall candelabrum which stood by the head of my bed. I have one of those. You want to see it? Wait, that's not it. Here it is. You like my candelabra? I like it. I think it's great. Anyways, back to the story. And to throw open far and wide the fringed curtains of black velvet which enveloped the bed itself. I wished all this done so that I might resign myself, if not to sleep, at least alternatively to the contemplation of these pictures, and the perusal of a small volume which had been found upon the pillow, and which purported to criticize and describe them. Long I read, and devoutly I gazed. Rapidly and gloriously the hours flew by, and the deep midnight came. The position of the candelabrum displeased me, and outstretching my hand with difficulty rather than to disturb my slumbering valet, I placed it so as to throw its rays more fully upon the book. But the action produced an effect altogether unanticipated. The rays of the numerous candles, for there were many, now fell within a niche of the room, which had hitherto been thrown into deep shade by one of the bedposts. I saw in vivid light a picture all unnoticed before. It was the portrait of a young girl just ripened into womanhood. I glanced at the painting hurriedly and then closed my eyes. Why I did this was not at first apparent to me by my own perception, but while my lids remained thus shut, I ran over in my mind my reason for shutting them. It was an impulsive moment to gain time for thought, to make sure that my vision had not deceived me. Too calm and subtle my fancy for a more sober and more certain gaze. In a few moments, I again looked fixedly to the painting. That I now saw I could not, and would no doubt. For the first flashing of the candles upon the canvas had seemed to dissipate the dreary stupor which was stealing over my senses, and to startle me at once into waking life. The portrait, I have already said, was that of a young girl. It was a mere head and shoulders, done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favorite heads of Sully. The arms, the bosom, and even the ends of the radiant hair melted imperceptibly into the vague yet deep shadow which formed the background of the whole. The frame was oval, richly gilded, and filigreed in Moresque. As a thing of art, nothing could be more admirable than the painting itself, but it could have been neither the execution of the work nor the immortal beauty of the contents, which had so vehemently moved me. Least of all could it have been that my fancy, shaken from its half slumber, had mistaken the head for that of a living person. I saw at once the peculiarities of the design, the vignetting, and of the frame must have instantly dispelled such idea, must have prevented even its momentary entertainment. Thinking earnestly upon these points, I remained for an hour perhaps, half sitting, half reclining, with my vision riveted upon the portrait. At length, satisfied with the true secret of its effect, I fell within the bed. I had found the spell of the picture in an absolute lifelikeness expression which, at first startling, finally confounded, subdued, and appalled me. With deep and reverent awe, I replaced the candelabrum in its former position. The cause of my deep agitation being thus shut from view, I sought eagerly the volume which discussed the paintings and their histories, turning to the number which designated the oval portrait. I there read the vague and quaint words which followed. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee. And evil was the hour when she saw and loved and wedded the painter. He, passionate, studious, austere, and having already a bride in his art, she, a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, all light and smiles, and frolicsome as the young fawn, loving and cherishing all things, hating only the art which was her rival, dreading only the palette and brushes and other untoward instruments which deprived her of the countenance of her lover. It was thus a terrible thing for this lady to hear the painter speak of his desire to portray even his young bride. But she was humble and obedient, and sat meekly for many weeks in the dark, high-turret chamber, where the light dripped upon the pale canvas, only from overhead. But he, the painter, took glory in his work, which went on from hour to hour and from day to day. And he was passionate. Sorry, there was a typo. And wild and moody man, who became lost in reveries, so that he could not see the light which fell so ghastly in that lone turret, whither the health and the spirits of his bride, who pined visibly to all but him. Yet she smiled and held on uncomplainingly, because she saw that the painter, who had high renown, took a fevered and burning pleasure in his task, and wrought day and night to depict her who so loved him, yet who grew daily more dispirited and weak. And in sooth, some who beheld the portrait spoke of its resemblance in low words, and of a mighty marvel, and a proof not less of the power of the painter than of his deep love for her whom he depicted so surpassingly well. But at length, as the labor drew nearer to its conclusion, Sorry, I'm just scrolling down. There were admitted none into the turret, for the painter had grown wild with the ardor of his work, and turned his eyes from canvas merely, even to regard the countenance of his wife. And he would not see that the tints which he spread upon the canvas were drawn from the cheeks of her who sat beside him. When many weeks had passed, and but little remained to do, save one brush upon the mouth and one tint upon the eye, the spirit of the lady again flickered up, as the flame within the socket of a lamp. And then the brush was given, and the tint was placed, and for one moment the painter stood entranced before the work which had wrought, but in the next, while he yet gazed, he grew tremulous, and very pallid, and aghast, and crying with a loud voice, "This is indeed life itself!" turned suddenly to regard his beloved. She was dead! Fun little story. I like this one. Yeah. She kind of withered away while he painted her. It's a fun little thing. It's something you would read in, spooky stories to read in the dark or something, but just kind of a slightly older version. So yeah, that's my favorite Poe story. It's short, it's sweet, it's shrimple. Also, why is this not... This is not as I have placed it. Okay, there we go. I guess that's okay. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay, so it wasn't my literature that was wrong. It's my text box. He was in love with his craft more than her. He did like her. He just liked his craft more. You know how it is. Anyways. So you guys want to do Telltale Heart next? Yes, no, maybe. The Pin the Pendulum is really good, too. Tales most ghastly to tell by moonlight. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna look for it. Uh-oh. I think he spells it like this. Haha! I found it! Okay. So... I have that. Oh, I see. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Now we'll do the other one. For a bit. Alright. Sorry, I'm late. What did I miss? Oh, just these readings. Not much. Welcome, Raccoon. Literally bounded her life in canvas. Yeah. Telltale Heart was the first of Poe's poems I read. Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright. I'm actually gonna take a break and do a few things and then I'll be back. See you in a bit. I'll try and be quickish. I am back. I got some tea because I brewed some black tea before stream. What smells better than black tea? I'm sure there's a few things. But in as far as consumables go, it's pretty high up. Well, I guess you could eat roses and flowers. I do, in fact. Whoops, sorry. My earbud. Making the noise. Tales from the book. Tales of the cringe. Okay, I'm about to come back. What is this? I got it. Hi. Okay, how are you guys? Did you get tea? Great, I'm just in time for the halftime show. Yeah. I heard you like tales, so I tell tales from tales, so you can tell more tales. Yeah. Green tea. I like green tea, but it's got a lot of oxalates. I don't know. I'm Western. I like my black tea. Welcome back. I do like green tea though, but I don't know. Something so good about black tea. Make it super heavy, extra strong. Well, there's a reason why I use whitening toothpaste. Also, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. It's so good to be back. Do you like the candle? It's a symbol for your mortal souls. Aw, too fun. How long is this one? Oh, not too long. The 1002nd Tale of Scheherazade? Well, that's thematic. I suppose we'll have to read that one after this one. I read it a long time ago. I can't remember all his stuff. Black coffee for now? Ooh, I love black coffee. I like black tea too. I just like the fresher flavor of green tea. Earl Grey is my favorite, but IDK if many other people like it. I like Earl Grey a lot. It's just expensive. That's why I don't buy it. It's expensive. Well, you know what? I have money like that. I should be buying Earl Grey tea. Actually, factually, I gotta find a good one that I really like. That's a decent price. I don't know. Or maybe I should just try and find one that I like and go from there. I like hibiscus tea a lot. I'm just checking. Artist could be active anywhere, she thought. What is this? Wowie. I'm just checking on a few things. This is the weekend and people tend to do stuff on the weekend. Okay. No one's doing anything, so I'm gonna go back to stream. This guy sucks. Why doesn't he make poems about dinosaurs and skateboards? He makes poems about a bird. A bird is a dinosaur, in fact, I believe you'll find. Anyways. Did you guys hear my tummy grumble? That was weird. Okay. So, Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. 1843. True. Nervous. Very dreadfully nervous. I had been up and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was a sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. Dude, you're just in a prairie. It's fine. You're gonna be okay. I heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. Okay. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold, I had no desire. I think it was his eyes. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whether it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. So, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. He just didn't like that one blind eye. What? How could you? Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it. I moved it slowly, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my... Ha! I've geolocated you. A crazy person couldn't do that. And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it, just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. This I did for 7 long nights. 7! Just at midnight, but I found the eye was always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for day broke. I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So, you see, he would have been a very profound old man, indeed, to inspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. What is this? Wait, what's the thing here? What is this next to the grin? I can't read it. Anyways, what's that next to the grin, Eric? I don't know what it is. I'm scared. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him. Yeah. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked upon him while he slept. It's a map, it's a map, it's a map, it's a map, it's a map! Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually, I see, cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph to think that I was opening the door little by little, and he had not even to dream of my deep, secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no, his room was black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were closed, fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing on it steadily. I had my head in. I was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped to the tin fastening. The old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quiet still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. And in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or grief, oh no! It was a low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it welled up from my own bosom, deepening, with its dreadful echo, and terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it. Well, I knew that the old man felt, and I pitied him. Although I chuckled at heart, I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He'd been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, it is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp. Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim, and it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. And when I waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it, you cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a single dim ray, like the thread of spider, shot out of the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. This guy talks like a Discord user. Oh, man. It was wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distress, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you, what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense. Now, I say, there come to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, which as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. Location, 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 location. Not found. GPS, yeah. For geolocating, yeah. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum simulates a soldier to courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could remain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. Yeah, it says tattoo. It grew quicker and quicker, louder and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew loud, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. Sorry, I had to cough. But the beating grew louder, louder. I say louder every moment. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done, but for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through a wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was a stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many times. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. You know what? Maybe I should make myself bigger. Wah. Wah. If you think me mad still, you would think no longer. When I described the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body, you see I'm very intelligent. I watch true crime videos. I am clean. Congrats. I showered before I streamed. I had to wash my hair too. You say as I would trouble him nevermore. Nevermore. Now the new anxiety seized me. Blah, 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 blah. Concealment of the body. The night waned and I worked hastily, but in silence for all. I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, the arms, and the legs. Then I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatsoever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Then I had made an end of these labors. It was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart. For what had I now to fear? They entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the public office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed, in the enthusiasm of my confidence. I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest for their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, put that down on my book, placed my own seat upon the very spot which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I found myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied ringing in my ears. But still, they sat still and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness. Until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt, I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently, and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was low, dull sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I grasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would it not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise rose over all and continuously increased. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard now? Oh, mighty God, no, no, no. They heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony, anything more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt I must scream or die, and now again, hark, louder, louder, louder. Villains, I shrieked. Dissemble me no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here, it is the beating of his hideous heart. It's over. He knows. It's all Jover. They're calling it the most relatable story. Yeah. That was a good one. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a long one. I'll let you guys decide. That's another one. Need a new plug. I get the book. The thump of the book. Let's see. The Unparalleled Adventure of One Hans Pfaall. That one's interesting because I don't think it's horror, but it is quite long. The Balloon Hoax. The Balloon Hoax is also fun. Miss Found in a Bottle. Descent into the Maelstrom. The Discovery. The Gold. The Bug. The Facts in the Case of M. Voldemar. What are we deciding on? I don't know. Oh, the Mask of the Red Death. Silly me. How could I forget such a thing? It was used as inspiration in the Phantom of the Opera. Both the book and also the play. And subsequently, the movie adaptations. The movie. Mask. Here it is. In sleep, he sang to me. Yeah. Fun fact, I've never fully seen the 80s or 90s or 2000s remake of it. I've only ever seen the 1921 version, which I love dearly. And I've read the book, and I've seen it being performed many times. God, who doesn't love when the chandelier swings? So good. You poor peasants that don't have a proper opera house, do you get to have a chandelier when you have your renditions of Phantom of the Opera? Or do you have to just pretend? We should do a watch along. I was going to. I was actually going to suggest that one day. I'm so sorry. I'm being an urbanite elite right now. You poor peasants, does your chandelier swing at the appropriate time during your rendition of the Phantom of the Opera with much less golden money? But yeah, I love the 1921 version. What do we want to read after this? How long is that Phantom movie? I think it's only like an hour and 20 minutes or something. Oh, 1925. My bad. How long is it? "94 minutes, so 107 minutes the original cut. That's not too bad. Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan of this movie. It's kind of one of those things where it's just classic cinema for me. All our plays here are made with corn stalks and hay. Ha ha ha. Silly peasants. You don't even dip your corn stalks in gold. I saw it at the Pantagays. The chandelier was really nifty. I don't even know where that is. I do not speak of California and its ills and evils. Anyways, we'll read for real, for real. I don't even know if that place is in California. I'm just assuming. Hey, I live here and I try not to. Nah. You know, I used to live in a place that I tried not to, and I got out somehow. I don't know how. I just did. The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. Let me make this list smaller. There we go. My head is gigantic. The Red Death had long devastated the country. Actually, you know what we need? We need something more dramatic. I need something much more dramatic for this. This is not dramatic. This is not dramatic at all. This is too much. This is also like highly synthesized. Ah, man, so boring. Yeah, sure, this will do. You're not dramatic. I've never heard such a lie in my life. She needs Serentira. Chandelier, you mean that golden radiant disc, what rides the roof of the world? Yes, yes. The Red Death has long devastated the country. No pestilence has ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores. With dissolution, the scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban, which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. The wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there were beauty, there was wine. And these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. Oh, August is a normal word, huh? August. August? Like grandeur is what it means. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. But yeah, It just means grand, like Augusta. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade, but first, let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite, and many palaces. However, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls and the entire hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here, the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bazaar. Was it prison style? The apartments were so regularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. Windsor House, cool. To the right and left in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout. Oh God, I love green. And so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lightly with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The paintings were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now, in no one of these 7 apartments was there a lamp or a candelabrum amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers, but in the corridors that followed the suite there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire that protected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room, and thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances, but in the western or black blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, and there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. What is a Windsor House? It's in California. It was made by the Windsor widow, and she kept building this house, and it twists and winds, and there's a bunch of doors that lead nowhere. She thought spirits were talking to her. She felt guilty about all the people that died from the Windsor guns. In this apartment also, there stood against the western wall a giant clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken. There came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. Got him! Winchester. Yes, Winchester. I'm so sorry. Just love depictions of this house. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a lighter laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows each to each other that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tumultuous and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. Oh, sorry. The names are very similar to me. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure, they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of which has been seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon, there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet. And then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent, save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half subdued, laughter floats around them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which streams the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery palls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal, more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears, which indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock, and then the music ceased, as I have been told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled, and thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chimes had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before, and the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose the length from the whole company a buzz, a murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. An assembly of phantoms, such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-heroed and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's infinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally just, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger, whether wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt and shrouded from head to toe in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the contents of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet, all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revelers around, but Murmur had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was bespeckled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon the spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where the prince stood, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of his group in the direction of the intruder, who, at the moment, was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe, with which the mad assumptions of the Murmur had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and, while the vast assembly, as if one impulse, shrank from the centers of the room to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which he distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided moment had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony cloak, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they held with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. 1 second. And now was acknowledgment, the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony cloak went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired. And darkness and decay and the Red Death held illuminable dominion over all. Yay. That's a good one. Yay, death. I gotta switch my earbud because my right ear is getting a little sore. So what'd you guys think? I don't know. Well. Are there any other ones you guys want me to read? Very good. Woo! Ah. Good stuff. Oh wait, I put this in wrong. I hear the dog. She's making a noise. Very cool. Yeah. It's really cool in the Phantom movie. Actually, it's cool in pretty much all the Phantom renditions. I think you read the crap out of that. Thanks. Yeah. Man, I love Poe stuff. Should I zoom out? Do you want to see more of my body again? Is this what you want? More of my wings? The wing-a-ling siren. I'm so glad you guys are liking this stream. It's fun. I think from here on out, I'm gonna do more variety streams, maybe less gaming. We'll see how much, what is it called? How much I have to draw from well-wise. Because I might go through everything I want to do. But spooky season's here, so that means more stuff. There's a game that's a mod of a game that was supposed to be a Spyro fan game that's Halloween themed. I'll probably play that next week. It's fun and relaxing. I'm so glad you like it. What's the next story? Next story. Oh no, my candle! Don't take away my candle! I really like these streams. This one especially was very nice. Oh, thank you. I'm not done just yet, at least I don't think. Let's see what else we got. Oh, that's my book. That's my book that's only 500 pounds. Good old tap of the rappa of the book. You want to hear the pages? The oblong box? Oh god. It plopped on the desk. Hi, Bella! Okay. Any suggestions? The complete tales and poems of Edgar Allan Poe. In my hands as we speak. Yes. Can Bella read us something? Bella, come here. Here. Make noise. Microphone. She's so rude. The Pit and the Pendulum? Oh, The Pit and the Pendulum is really good. Let's do that one. The black cover with red details is great. I don't have that version. I have the... And I actually lost the insert or the original cover. Mine is a hardback, but hardcover. Is it hardback in Spanish? I feel like there's a language that I know of that uses the term hardback for hardcover. But I just have the black with the gold lettering on it. Similar to what I have in the thumbnail, but not exact. The Bit and the Pendulum. I'm reading these. How to write a black... That one was a funny one. A predicament. What else does he have? The Angel of the Odd. Loss of breath. The businessman. Melanta Tanta. Tanta. The man that was used up. Power of words. The conversation of Eros and Chiron. Kermion. Is that a different name for Chiron? The Sphinx. The man in the crowd. Lara the man. Hop frog. Never bet the devil your head. Why the little Frenchman wears his hat in a sling. Some words with a mummy. Bonbon. Lygia. Eris. Morella. King's Pass. Lionizing. The Devil and the Belfry. I remember that one. Narrative. Poems in Youth. He has a few youth poems in here. And then there are a few that are credited to him, and we're not exactly sure, but we're pretty sure because he had a pretty unique writing style. Hi, Bella. Okay, I do Pit and Pendulum. Oh, God! I refreshed the page. Hey. I touched it. I touched it, guys. It's awful. Where are the words? Where are the words? Okay, here are the words. Oh God, I got so scared when I touched it. I hate touching things. Mine is also hardcover. Feels quite nice, yeah. There are a bunch of different versions of it. I got one of the first versions of it, I think. Just cracking my jaw, don't mind me. Oh man, are you ready to hear some scholarly 19th century, like, faux Latin? Yeah, let's do it. It'll be great. I Serentira it. Oh, let me update the list. The Pit and the Pendulum. I can't spell. There we go. I get it. Okay. So, The Pit and the Pendulum, Edgar Allan Poe, 1842. It was a fun time for him. Let me just see how long this is, because I might have to take another break after it. Not a really long one, like last time, but just long enough. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kind of long. Yeah, I'll take a small break after I do this one. The Pit and the Pendulum. Impia tortorum longos hic turba furios sanguinis innocenti non satiaeta elut suspis nunc patria fracto nian funeris antro moris uva dira fuat vita salus patent. Quatrain composed for the gates of a market to be erected to the site of the Jacobean clubhouse at Paris. I see. I was sick unto death with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence of the dread was the last of distinct accentuation to which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed to merge into one dreamy intermediate hum, and conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. For those people that don't know, is Jacobean the same as the Jesuits? Because the Jesuits used to argue and try and bring people to Catholicism. They're a very interesting group. I don't know if that's the same thing though. It's only for a brief period. For presently, I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and then even to grotesqueness, then with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt, of human torture, I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And I miss upholstery being on the walls. I really do. I love it so much. I love when they do that. I get it. It's a fire hazard, but it looks so good. It makes your room sound good, too. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity and seemed white and slender angels who would save me, but then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit. I should have the chat box open, actually. Why is my chat box not open? There you are. Jacobians were the most notorious group in French Revolution. Oh, it's those guys. And I felt every fiber in my frame through all. I actually don't know much about French history. Outside of, like, the fashion and the music. Because when I start reading about the revolution and just their colonies, I don't know. I get a big cringe inside of me. I don't feel that way about most places, but the way France has dropped the ball so many times actually makes me really, like, shrivel up inside. I'm not even French, but I just get, like, secondhand embarrassment. How else do you put it? Angel forms, meaningless specters with heads of flame, and I saw from them there would be no help, and then there stole unto my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. Die! The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the fingers of the judges vanished. As if magically from before me, the tall candles sank into nothingness. Their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent, as of the soul into Hades. Then silence and stillness. Night were the universe. Night was the universe. That's a great line. I'm going to use that. I had swooned, but will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What if there remained? I will not attempt to define or even to describe, yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. He likes the word gossamer. I see he likes this word. Yet, in a second afterwards, so frail may that web have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon, there are 2 stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impression of the first, we would find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden? While we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coal that glow. Is not he who holds floating in midair the sad visions that many may not view? Is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower? Is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which he has never before arrested his attention? Oh, you guys can hear me snapping my lotion. Me playing with flower lotion. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amidst earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments where I dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memories tell, indistinctly, of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. You see, people in the 19th century would just take a word and they're like, yeah, you know what that is, and you could just add like ness and lee to it in English. And everyone knew what you meant. And now you try and do it, and people are like, that's not a word. Get to shut up. You don't know how English works. Anyways, they tell also of a vague horror at my heart on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun, in their descent, the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisome of their toll. After this, I called to mind flatness and dampness, and then its madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Based. Yeah. Excuse me. I adore when, like, especially, like, German people are like, that's not a word in English, and I'm like, oh, that's rich coming from you. You people and your compound words. You people and your compound words! Telling me how my language works. Anyways. Very suddenly, there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuousness motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause, in which all is blank, then sound again, and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then, very suddenly, thought and shuddering terror, an earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and successful effort to move. Man, this guy's going through a lot all at once. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon, then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far, I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back unbound. I reached out my hand, and it felt heavily upon something damp and hard. There, I suffered it to remain for many minutes while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. What have I turned into? Have I become a worm? I longed, yet dared not to employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly closed my eyes. My worst thoughts then were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought the mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me he's in prison, by the way. A very long interval of time had lapsed, yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a suspicion, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence, but Where and in what state was I? I condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the autos de fe, and one of these had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months, this, I at once saw, could not be. Victims had not been an intermediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors and light that was not altogether excluded. Abolish Germany, rise Holy Roman Empire. Oh, God, I hate that name. I hate that name so much. Yeah. Yeah, the Westerners are totally Romans. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. I do prefer the HRE. I just wish they didn't call themselves that. We're the HRE. What's it stand for? Holy Roman Empire. And just looking at the John Smith looking guys and like Hans, and it's like, sure. What's wrong with the name? Everything is wrong with the name. The HRE. First off, holy, sure, I guess. Roman, no, not in the slightest. All Germanic states. And then empire, I suppose it was an empire of some sort. Very tiny one compared to, well, Rome and other ones that were further east. Western's Roman. Oh yeah, I see it if I close my eyes and black out. Yeah, just suck me. Just grab a flower pot and bust it over my head. Y'all see it. Oh man. I know I say this, and I actually got like an HRE flag for Josephine for her birthday or something, and it's like, I'm not against the concept, but the name is ludicrous. What was Byzantine Empire? The Eastern Empire? They just called themselves the Eastern Empire, or just the Romans, really? And they would talk and interact with mostly, sometimes West, but mostly Southern and Eastern Europe. Those were their two main places. They had a lot of influence in the Balkans. Real Romans? Pretty much. Pretty much real Romans, yeah. Toledo. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fiber. I thrust my arms wildly upon and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of his tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore and stood in cold big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended and my eyes straining from their sockets, in the hope of aching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. But yeah, it's just absurd that the HRE called itself Romans, you? I suppose they meant Christian, but I don't know. If you're talking about succession to the Byzantine Empire or the Eastern Roman Empire, spiritually, if you're talking about like once the Mediterranean kind of fell after the Renaissance, I would say it was probably more eastward, and definitely not the Germanic states. Let's see, where am I? And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 rumors of the horrors of Toledo, of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always deemed them, but yet strange, and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. But I left to perish of starvation in the subterranean world of darkness, or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me. That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness. I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. I just keep thinking about things, and you know, I think actually the Spanish Empire in the 15th century was a very good successor to the Eastern Empire, actually, factually. It was different because it had colonies and wasn't like a true empire to where it kind of took over its neighbors. So I guess there were two candidates. That being Spain and Russia. Spain went into the New World. Russia just did everything else. Like, they just dominated their area. Which, I mean, you're touching Asia, you kind of have to. If you're on a border of Europe, like the Romans, like the actual Romans were, you have to dominate your area and you have to reinforce it heavily, because if not, you will lose and suffer to Asia. You don't want to do that. You don't want to lose and suffer to Asia, because they also want to make empires. So, you know, you just kind of got to do your thing and have massive armies, massive amounts of gold. Yeah, and German pillaged corpse of the West and crowned themselves as custodians of that region. Yeah, they did. I don't know. They did some good stuff. Everybody wants to rule the world, pretty much. Make your empire first. You know, you get empires by just establishing a base and then just taking land. Massive, massive amounts of land. Even if it's like land that you don't think people want, who cares? You have it. You technically have it. Even better if other people don't want it, because you are biggerer. And biggerer is betterer. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit, and return to the point whence I set out, without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket, which led into the inquisitorial chamber. But it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. That's a potato sack. I thought of forcing the blade into some minute crevice of the masonry, so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, but was trivial. Although the disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So, at least I thought. But I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon, or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time. Imagine the smell. My excess fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Floor crud. Let me see. Alright, I really have to, like, take a short break. I will be back though. I have to stretch and like properly clear my throat. But yeah, I'll be back and I'll finish this. BRB. My voice is giving out. Ree. Okay, yeah. After this one, we'll stop because my voice is literally giving out. And I gotta record tomorrow. I know. My in-ear monitor is stuck. Okay. Wait, no, yes, no. Yes. 3. What's stopping me from making my own empire? I just don't want to. Because at some point, I'm going to have to run into the Chinese on the Rus, and I don't feel like running into either of those governments. They're too big. They're too big. They're big and spooky. And one of them's not Christian. Take it easy, babe. I'm trying, man. Everybody wants to rule the world. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Is big responsibility. I don't know. I feel like I've got the mass to do it, though. Maybe not the biggest one. You know what I should get? I should get allies. I should get allies. And then I won't have to deal with the other big scary people. Okay, where was I? So I thought I had not counted. But welcome back, Gigachat. Moist and slippery, he's sleeping on the floor. Upon waking and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was much too exhausted to reflect upon the circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. I love that word. I have not heard that word in such a long time. Do we hate non-Christians here? No, they're just scary. They're weird folk religion. It's spooky. It's like 3 different religions in one. And also sometimes atheism, but only when it's okay. I was much too exhausted to reflect upon the circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, scrolling on the floor. I knew much toil came at last on the fragment of the search. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces. And upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more. This guy. When I arrived at the rag, there were in all then 100 paces, and omitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. Ah, blessed imperial measures! You love to see it. I met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault. For vault I could not help supposing it to be. Wait, oh, this reminds me. This reminds me of one of my favorite things I found recently. No, sorry, my ADHD is really bad right now. Where is it? Here it is. Oh no, it's not here. Here it is. Ah. There we go. You don't need to look at my downloads. All my downloads are kosher, but you don't need to look at them. Here it is. Why is it a WebM? Let's see. Oh god, it's saved as a WebM. God help me. Okay. Sorry, I have to save this manually. Because WebM is the superior format, supposedly. God, I just wanted to make fun of other people on a different continent. Was that really so much to ask? Okay. Here it is. Sorry, I'm enjoying myself. Look at this. Look at this. This is one of the funniest things I've read in a very long time. Americans saw water freeze at 0 degrees Celsius and they said, let's make that 32. Europeans saw a guy with 6 feet tall and said, let's make that 1.89 meters. See how freaking stupid you sound. Imperial measurements supreme. Unless you get to a really large scale, but for home scale, it's fine. As heathen, I can vouch for that statement. Many angles, you say. Perhaps even 360 angles, because that's what he did. He did 360. Yay, Webm's the best format for everything. Our natural enemies. Yes. Isn't that like 180 centimeters? It's stupid! It's dumb! I hate it! Have it down when it comes to temperature. Everything else is buns. I'm telling you. Temperature, length. Until you get to like large industrial scales, the metric system is just not useful. It's really not. Let's see. So he ate the floor bread. This guy's killing me. I'm getting delirious. I had little objects, certainly no hope these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved across the area of the enclosure. I just imagine him crawling around like a lizard on the floor. At first, I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross in a direct line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. This guy's going through it, man. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend what somewhat startling circumstance, which yet in a few seconds afterward, and while I lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this. My chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevated than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of a decayed fungus arose in my nostrils. I put forward my arm and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping around the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment and let it fall into the abyss. Fun. For many seconds, I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed across the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length, there was a sudden plunge in water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment, there came a sound resembling the quick opening and as rapid closing of a door overhauled, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the room which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen no more, and the death just avoided was of that very character that had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny, there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every aspect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Man, this guy's really getting into it. He's like, yeah, I'm an important guy. They torture me for sure. Do you guys like my shadow? I like my shadow. You know, I always appreciate when people who live in cold places abroad, you like tell them about the Fahrenheit system and they're like, oh yeah, that's actually great because it doesn't matter. Once you get negative 32 C, it's also negative 32 Fahrenheit, so who cares? And it always gets that way every winter here. It's like, yeah, baby, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon, and other conditions of mind. I might have courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses, but now I was the veerest of cowards, based. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of the spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length gross noises from my lotion hands. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. Man, what a fun job. What a fun life. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. I must have been drugged, for scarcely I had drunk before I came irresistibly drowsy. Deep sleep fell upon me. A sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not. But when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible by a wild sulphur celestial, the origin of which I could not at first determine. I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size, I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuits of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes, this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble. Vain indeed! For what could be of less importance under the terrible circumstances which environed me and the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces, up to the period when I fell. I must then have been within a pace or two of the fragment of surge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon waking, I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit near double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left, and ended with the wall to the right. Oh, I see. I will be your shadow. Yes. I had been deceived too in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, 360 perhaps, and maybe even 180. And thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. If you say niche, you are subhuman. I just want you to know that. If you say niche, you're subhuman. Anyways. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry now seemed to be iron or some other metal in huge plates, whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends and aspects of menace with skeleton forms and other more fearful images overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but the color seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone, and the Serentira yawned blah, blah, blah. And the Serentira yawned, the circular pit from those whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. Why? Because it's wrong. There is no T there. That is not a T. It is N-I-C-H-E, not N-I-T-H-E. Or N-I-T-E. Christ. Son of a niche. I'm getting delirious. How many more pages? I think 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Sounds like a different word at that point. Exactly. That's why you don't say niche. You say niche. The proper way. The way that civilized people do. All this I saw indistinctively and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a circingle. Circingle? I've never seen that word before. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body. Oh, so I'm guessing he's on the wheel thing. Leaving at Biberdy only my head and my left arm, to such extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Oh. Story is gaining ground. Yeah. Sorry, I'm losing it. I'm losing it with this guy. You don't say quiche instead of quiche. Yeah, exactly. You see, you understand. You are understanding. Concurred. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time. Wait 1 second. Okay. It was a painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at casual glance, I suppose to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. Oh yeah, that's right, old images that depicted Time would depict a guy with a scythe. Like a reaper, more or less? While I gazed directly upon it, upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancy that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief and of course slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and, looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops hurriedly with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this, it required much effort and attention to scare them away. I'm full of concurredness. Okay. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, foreign cast. I could take but perfect note of time before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and astounded me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in an extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that had perceivably descended. I now observed with what horror, it was needless to say, that its neither extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward. the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy. Massy? See? See, that's another word that people would, like, make fun of you for saying now, because they're dumb and they're stupid and they have no command of the human language, or, sorry, the English language. I mean my Anglophone supremacy. Tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pit whose horrors had been destined for us so bold a recusant as myself, the pit, typical of hell, and regarded by rumor as the ultima thule of all their punishment. The plunge into the pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise or entrapment into torment formed an important position of all the grotesque of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus there being no alternative, a different and a milder destruction awaited me. Milder? I half smiled in agony as I thought of such an application of the term. Sorry, I just can't stop shaking. What boots to tell of the long, long hours? Oh yeah, it is what boots. What boots to tell of the long, long hours of horror more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of the steel inch by inch, line by line, with the descent only appreciable at intervals. What seemed ages, down, and still it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils, because there's blood from the last person. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad, and struggled to force myself upward towards the sweep of the fearful scimitar, and then I fell suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. Yes. One second. It was brief. Upon again lapsing into life, there could be no perceptible descent into the pendulum, but it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very, inexpressibly sick and weak, as if through long inanition. I've never seen that word before, my bad. Or if I have, it's been a really long time. Well, no, I've read this before, so I've probably seen it. Inanition? No. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food with painful effort. I outstretched... Oh my gosh, yes, beer. I need beer. Yay! Oh my gosh, so much better! My voice is working again. I have Miller High Life in my hands. I have a third of my pint left. I had 2/3 before. I had a third in the shower, a third when I ate my lunch, and now I have a third right now. Yeah, kippis. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet, what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. He's too hungry! In vain I struggled to perfect and regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. Yeah, that'll happen when you're starving to death and being drugged and all this other stuff. And tortured. Oh yeah, you're being tortured too. Hi, puppy, I love you. Oh no, it's not done yet. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my left. To my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again and again, notwithstanding terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and its hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to surrender these walls of iron. Still, the fraying of my robe would be all that for several minutes it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not to go farther than the reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if in so dwelling I could arrest here and descend of the steel. Oh god, I love beer. Anyways, I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all of the frivolity. I like frivolity, that's another word. Until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in constraining its downward with its lateral velocity, to the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of the tiger. But what about the eye of the tiger, Bella? Do you know about that? I alternately laughed and howled as one of the other idea grew prominent. Down, certainly relentlessly down, it vibrated with 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously to free my arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. Beer, beer, beer. Yeah, I like beer. I like alcohol, unfortunately. I also like smoking. And sugary foods. These are all very bad things. I could reach the ladder from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no further. Could I have broken the fastings above my elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still, unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeandering despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent. Although death would have been a relief, oh, how unspeakable, still I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned, even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations could bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought, it now occurred to me that the bandage, or Sir Kingle, which enveloped me, was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful in that case, the proximity of the steel, the result of the slightest struggle, how deadly. Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? dreading to find my fate. And as it seemed, in last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The Serkingle, that sounds like such a funny word, enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. I'm cleaning your ears, Bella, because I love you. I, too, love frivolity. One of my most used phrases is, I care not for such frivolities. I get to the point Mom would predict when I would say it. Cute. Scarcely had I dropped my head back to its original position, where there I flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain. Where I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still there. I proceeded at once with the nervous energy of despair to attempt its execution. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for the motionless on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed to in the well? Humans. Delicious humans. They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into a habitual seesaw, or wave of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In the voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. Ow! I hate when animals bite me. With the particles of the oil, spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage whenever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. Oh, we only got 2 more pages left. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change. At the cessation of movement, they shrank alarmedly back. Many sought the well, but this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon the voracity, observing that I might remain without motion. 1 or 2 of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt at the Serkingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush forth from the well. They hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood. They overran it and leaped in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all, avoiding its strokes. They busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in their ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat. Their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom and chilled with heavy clamminess my heart. Ugh. Imagine being swarmed by rats. Filthy. Yet 1 minute, and I felt the struggle would be over. Plainly, I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it would already be severed. With a more than human resolution, I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I, at length, felt that I was free. The Serkingle hung in ribands from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of my robe. It had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swang, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away with steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking, and slow. I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free! And in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the floor of the prison. When the motion of the hellish machine ceased and it beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling, this was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every movement was undoubtedly watched. Free, I had escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered onto worse death, and that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly, it was obvious, had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I buried myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illuminated the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared. One second. Where is it? Which thus appeared. And were completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I rose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I had observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distant, yet the colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures, an aspect that may have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid luster of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal! Even when I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapor of heated iron. A suffocating odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting! Oh, most demonic of men! I shrank from the glowing metal to the center of the wall. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impeded, the idea of the coolness of the wall came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the encandled roof illuminated in its inmost recesses, yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length the forest, it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak. Oh, horror. Oh, any horror but this. With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obvious in its form. As before, it was in vain that I first endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place, but not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the King of Terrors. The room had been square. I saw that two of its iron angles were now acute, two consequently obtuse. So a room is a square. You have two acute and then two obtuse. So that would make the whole. I think squares are like 360, right? I think they are. I can't remember. I haven't done geometry in a while. Anyways. The fearful difference quickly increased with low rumblings or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lodgings. But the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said. Any death but that of the pit. Fool! Might I not have known that into the pit it was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow, or if even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now flatter and flatter grew the lozenge with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its censure, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I sank back, but the closing walls pressed me resistantly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eye. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm catch me as I fell, fainting into the abyss. It was that of General LaSalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. Interesting. Very fun. Well, what did you guys think? Did you enjoy it? I did. I certainly did. Thanks for hanging out with me. Sorry I kind of lost it at the end. I was, losing my voice. I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I read 7 tales. Pretty good. Yes, yay! That was a long one. Yeah, it was a pretty long one. Hey, if you're tired, you're tired. Yeah, my voice is gonna give out. And like I said, I have to record tomorrow, so... it should be rested by then, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna go and rest my voice. Thank you for spending time with me, Gigachat. Next week, we'll do the, Azera Mythos Awaken, seasonal mod thing. I'll play that. It's a completed, like, game segment one-off thing. It's spooky themed. Have a good rest, Sarah. Thank you. Edgar Allan would get mad at you. Keep going. No, I can't. I gotta sing tomorrow. But yeah. Excellent streaming and reading, young Barry. Thank you so much, Mr. 360 man. I mean the half 360. I mean the full 180. Yeah. Have a good night, guys. I will see you. When will I see you again? I will see you. Let's see. Monday I have to record. And then I work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday I'm off. And then I work Saturday, Sunday. I'll see you next Monday. Yeah, I'll see you next Monday for a fun game. And then we'll do the Alice silent film watch along on like Saturday. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. We'll do that. It'll be fun. I want to do the the Alice silent film watch-alongs with you. Yeah. Unusual streams by an unusual streamer. Have a good night. See ya. Yeah. It was a product stream. See ya. Bye-bye. Good night. Really enjoy these unusual streams. I'm so glad that you do. I do as well. I like all my streams, but yeah, these ones are super fun. Be safe, everyone. Good night, Gigachat. I'll see you, and bye-bye.